another episode of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations. Done and uploaded and ready for everybody to watch. Oh, fuck. I only lost a culminated 32 hours of sleep, but I'll make it. What's more important is that I finally got this fucking tape. We don't have any MacGuffins here. I finally got the tape. Where the fuck am I? Hello? Where am I? Why the fuck am I? Oh, what happened to my leg? Oh, no. Oh, I thought I was finally away from here. Hello? Where's that? There's the rings. What? My leg. What happened? What's the? here. Just let me out, please. I've already given you so much. I promise I'll find the tape. I have the tape. I have the tape. Where is it? I need to get out of this. Oh no! Please, look. I promise we'll get it to you. I'm just gonna need more time, please. Oh, my leg. Oh, no. The phone's in here. It's on the the phone. Look, I found the phone. I'm just... Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's up? This is Drink Your Tears.
My name is Big Lots.
My name is Vapor Source,
and you're
Watching Sights, Sounds, and Conversations.
with Codex Encyclopedia. Watch it.
Hello and welcome to Sight, Sounds, and Conversations, Season 2 finale of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations to be exact. And boy, do we have a lot of new things for you today, and we also have some old friends back bringing us some new things. Amongst those friends, we have Segaoctopus and Volataires and Ohm N I making their returns back to bring us some new work, which we will be taking a look at when those times come. But before we do, let's go ahead and just let you all know a little bit about where we've been and what's been going on. Well, behind the scenes, and we'll talk a little bit about it when we have a conversation with Segaoctopus, but we've been updating some things that we are looking to basically have it translate onto better quality, which we don't have anything against what we're currently bringing you, as we always try to bring every single episode of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations to the highest quality that we're able to achieve in every single edition. With that, we will say, though, we're looking to be able to have more access and more, resources that would allow us to do more for you all here on the show. And for anybody that we have on the show and we have any artists that need any help or assistance, we also would like to have, again, more resources and abilities, opportunity, whatever, to be able to work with all of you here and to further help you bring your work to all of our audiences, audiences to be more exact. As I'm currently recording this, it's currently 6 a.m. Sunday, the week before. We're set to premiere this show, and the reason I'm making that known is because, again, we here at Sight, Sounds, and Conversations work hard, even if it means having to compromise with our schedules to, again, bring you the best. And on this last season, we want to make it known that we will be taking a further step forward come season 3 of our show. And for those of you that don't know, every season of our show, since the beginning of season 2, we have set ourselves out to do 23 episodes per season. So starting at the end of April, when season 3 begins, we will be commencing our new countdown of 23 episodes until we begin what will eventually be season 4. Now, the reason we mention here this information in particular is because as this episode progresses, we want there to be one thing known, and they say show, don't tell. But this show is put together by not just our team and producers, but by a lot of you that watch the show that end up becoming involved. And we want you all to know that in season 3 of our upcoming show here, we will be taking a more hands-on approach and working even closer with a lot of you and making sure we have even further specifically curated segments that will be reoccurring, not in every single edition, of course, but they will be segments that we will be bringing back every now and then, as we will be taking a look when we talk to Emmanuel later today on the show, and we take a look and listen to some of the set that he has to share with us. But we are going to be trying to go out there, whether it be to a different state out here in our very own community, making bigger and wider trips out to further places. But Sight Sounds and Conversations is going to be going out more and doing more coverages. Another thing we're looking to be doing further as we go along on this show is doing more news adjacent coverage that isn't just that of the arts and entertainment. We think that a big thing that, again, it ties with not just what we do as artists, but just our very own livelihoods, is the way that things outside our very control sometimes affect us. But when they're outside of our control, I personally believe that they're not outside of our control as a collective and being able to, take hold of a situation and make things different. And with that, we are going to be looking at doing future coverage of ongoing social issues, events, things, anything that we find might be notable in how it might develop as time goes on, whether it be a natural occurring event by climate or by something done by the negligence of those that call themselves our, overseers of such things, such as like oil, things of that sort, legislators, think of that, the nature. And we want to go ahead and present things as bare as we can to a way of making people see the known patterns of what is making or not making certain things happen within action. Along with that, we're also going to be looking at possibly having guests on our show that are involved with certain situations and things that are ongoing that are, again, not involved just merely with the arts. That being, we're going to be looking at talking to varying people that have been on the ground of events such as, again, natural disasters or man-made disasters of sorts. And we're also going to be looking at having potential people running for office, whether they be Republicans, Democrats, Independents, whatever party they are aligned with. We want to hear what they have to say and what it is they have to tell all of the people that might potentially be voting. And even those that are not part of this country in which this show is taking place in, we hope that this could be also something in which, we can take from as viewers and maybe use the same kind of strategies or similar like approaches when taking news information in and seeing how it could potentially affect. With all that being said, let's go ahead and start this season finale off officially by doing the thing that we love to do here on this show, which is none other than our music video block. The music video block, of course, as I've said in previous editions, is one of my favorite things because, again, it goes to show how much opportunity we like to feel we offer artists on this show that may not have an opportunity yet to be a part of the series on a bigger scale of providing us a full-on music set, performance, whatever have you, but still want people to let themselves be known as creators, as artists, musicians, songwriters, whatever have you. And this music video blog to me serves as a prime example that we are open to every single sound, style, taste, and for lack of a better term, sensibility that any artist might be going for at any particular moment. What does that mean? That if you might be a person yourself that has already made a particular sound or style of music, be it you're somebody that might have listeners or is known for one particular sound and you want to try something new and a little hesitant, let this be your testing ground for your new work, your new project, or something you just want people to be familiarized a little more with. And with this long-winded introduction, let's go ahead and get into our music video block. Thank you.
name is Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed. My name is Hot Rock, smoking pot, yeah. Tight pants, showing what I got. My peacock shock event about to drop like boom, yeah. Kinda hip-hop, but a lot more rock and roll. Don't pay my toll, I kept my soul. Smoke a joint, then I smoke a bowl. I ain't doing what I'm told, yeah, I'm doing what I plan. Cause I'm the man, I'm getting high when I can. Cause I love weed like I need it. And if I can't be smoking on the weed, yo, I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, cause I negotiate like a negotiator. Yo, that last rhyme is whack, there's gonna be a lot more of that later. Cause I'm Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed. Yo, you see I'm hot rock, solid as a rock, but probably not solid as Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. Cause that dude probably spends like a lot of money on gym memberships and whatever those muscle peeps consume, and I just spend my cash on weed. But I'm rock like solid, yo. Rock like really hard, like harder than what wasn't The Rock, in the space where The Rock be defined to exist, but not on such a small level that the atoms of The Rock and what The Rock ain't mingle. Cause The Rock ain't that hard on a subatomic level. Yo, wait, what the hell? Was that a Reggie Watts routine just hijacking my flow? It's too high to really know, yo. Cause I'm Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed, yo. Yeah. DJ Swampy on the scratch, we lit up, now we got tracks. Weed rhymes over wick, whack, blip, blap, vocoder, kick, snare, and hi-hat. Yeah, I recorded his tracks up with the iPad. Smoking joints rolled using the whiz pack. Filter like a W in the joint bag. WB for weed, cause I love that. Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed, yo. Yo, man, I'm Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Supa Joint, and I love weed.
Why even bother trying to talk about those other motherfuckers too? Calling themselves journalists or having this form of integrity. I'm gonna bite my ass. Like, such a mere fucking lie. Like, it always has to continuously be. But you know what? We're really gonna do something different. We're gonna bring some change about. And the best thing is, I am not a simp. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. A bit early, but that's quite all right. That means that we're off to a promising and earlier start. And for that, I have something to try to prepare us for it, as it comes with no easy words, really, but like a soccer mom, but not one from our good old US of A, I have prepared, as this comes with no easy words, but it's very much needed.
I mean, I knew that we were going to be drinking and everything, dude, but I just offered you a little bit. I was just... Look, you know what? It doesn't even matter. Let's just get to the heart of the point of where we're here, but let's go ahead and just clean you up first, because it's not just me, okay? It's not just me that's going to look good. It's not just me that's got to try to be on shape, specifically for what we're even going to talk about. The fact that I'm even going to talk to you about this, dude, okay, I know, we're going to get you, but just stay with me for a second. We got to be in tip-top form even for this, and I was trying... let me just clean you up. Let me clean you up. You're just gonna have to be a little... okay, you're good. All right. I guess I'll serve myself some wine while I'm at it too. You know, it's really funny that you got drunk like this, but you know what? It's fine. Look, I was telling you messages back and forth for a while now that you caught me ripping this little sticker posting off my laptop there, and well, let's not beat a horse that's already been sunken well into the ground anymore. But ever since then, I was thinking about us covering and doing more, I don't want to say new segments or coverage, but I want us to start doing pieces, if you will, that will focus on events and things that are happening either around the country, or if we can manage to get some translation help depending on where some people may be from, getting even people to help us put pieces together of, again, things that may be going on in different places. It doesn't matter what it is. I think it's pretty clear and obvious that these last 3 months that have already almost behind us now have felt pretty much like they've been 6 months, you know, and it's a little ridiculous to say the least, because a lot of this has come at the hands of the negligence of a lot of those that count themselves as the people in charge, you know, and that's in a lot of varying forms and ways. It's not just like the government, it's a lot of these companies and a lot of these, there's definitely a lot of kicking the can that's going around. It's again, it's a little frustrating and annoying, because you hear it all the time. Oh, well, so and so did this, so and so didn't do this. Yeah, but is either side or any of you doing anything to help some of these people or do anything? And even when it comes to media, whether it even be people online, it's such a reoccurring, ongoing thing that, again, people are like, you know, it's funny. I see people, and this is no shade at the people that I've seen on YouTube or on different social media platforms, or, you know, that try to do what they consider their own independent news and all, but some of them also miss the mark and still tout themselves in a way that's so ironic. And without bashing any of these people, I think that for me personally, when us, because of our show and the way in which we do it, you know, covering the news is something in which people could think, well, what the hell, how are they going to do news? Like this, what? Oh God, they're going to do the news, they're going to start, no. You know, the way we're going to approach this is we're going to do segments of things that are very obvious. People can negate on either or any particular place. This isn't to merely toil some centrist line. It's not. We're going to do, again, coverage of, for example, take the infrastructure issues that have been going on these last, like, again, 3 months in the country. You can think of one notable one, but you can already think of the fact that even before then there were already some going on. After, there's still been going on. Rights taken away. I leave it vague because I'm sure anybody that would watch or hear us talking about this would understand and be like, which one of them? Exactly, that's the fucking appalling part of this whole situation. And I don't even talk just about the country you and I are currently in, you know? Like, you hear about protests happening in other countries because they're trying to, like, give them 70 hours of fucking work a week and force them? Is that supposed to be like the norm? Or trying to raise the fucking retirement age up? It's like, it's one of those things again where it doesn't say or sit on one end or one line. It's something that merely sits on the fact that I give a shit about people that may not even like me, maybe having a chance to not necessarily stress themselves out so much. Maybe that could give a good opportunity for some people not to be such uptight, close-minded people, you know, or maybe some other people could also, that see themselves as open-minded, chill out a little bit so they can understand that, again, even though we don't validate or justify some people having such egregious thoughts or anything, maybe they're under certain constraints that are keeping them from seeing certain issues that could possibly get, again, the overall of the collective being the community and people together enough to be able to put true heat to the feet of these people in charge. And this isn't just a mere thing of trying to say, like, hey, bring down the system, and what are we going to put it back up, you know? And that's one of the things of where I feel like we come in as people, even with what we're doing with the show. I think doing segments in which we can cover first what are some of the things that are happening, and then we can get in contact with some you know, citizens of different places in which an event has happened or something that has affected them, or something that's notable, like, say, for example, a law has gone into effect and we want to talk to somebody who may be affected by this law going into effect in one way or another. Talk to these people, invite them to catch some footage if they're able to, or have some proof in which they can go ahead and, you know, present others with some of that. I think a lot of news misses that, and they always bring up these, I'm not going to quote in quotations, but there are a lot of disconnected people that they sit on this ivory tower of Ivy League prestige and think that because they went into some classes that they can understand the working class person because they're able to disseminate the writings of another person who may have come from just as much of a privileged position as those, you know. And I say that as I am quite a big admirer of the writings of some people that did the complete opposite of that. They took themselves out into a field in which they associated a lot with people that they were writing about or people that they were inspired by, and they put together stuff that has become timeless. Some has become a little under the radar as it's aged, but you know, that's not the important thing. The important thing is that the things that I'm speaking of that have driven me have had a lot of hint of having first-hand experience or having had that close-up involvement with people, which is, again, when I was attending school back about 10 years ago, I had a huge interest in, again, being a journalist, and not just being a journalist of any type. I was also interested in doing some anthropology, you know, education, because I was looking to eventually maybe go out and work in what they consider working in the field, but I wanted to travel overseas and be around areas in which there was and there still is trouble that's happening in the Middle East, and we'll save that conversation for a future, time that you and I will have, and specifically one where you haven't been drinking this much, dude. Like, I don't want to take a chance that you'll forget everything by the next time we talk. But, long story short, I think that it's worth a shot for us to do some news coverage come next season, and for people to get an idea of not what we want to do with the news, but what we're wanting to bring, for people to understand that even as much as some artists, for whatever reason, they feel that they need to do this, or they just want to, and say that the arts overall is not political, I really have to beg to differ, and that's one of the big reasons for me that I want to do these news coverage, because there's some people in these areas, in these places, that might be artists. They're getting affected by it. They might be making art by this, and even if it's not involved with the arts, it's something that, again, it could speak to somebody enough to want to express or say something. Thus, how did that not become a political action in and of itself, even if it speaks nothing from what inspired it in the first place? So I really do sometimes ask those that are willing to have a healthy conversation with me in regard to this, about what they think in that regard. But you know what, dude? That's totally fine. That's just getting a little bit too off subject. That's, again, just to kind of summarize this, because I don't know, maybe we should go and sober you up with some food or something. But before we do, again, I just want to say that I really do hope that you and I and the rest of the team here at Sight Sounds and Conversations can bring people some future news segments that will give them enough of the more important thing for me to become more involved with their personal surroundings and their radius that are not just immediate, but are within their, again, community, and how, I don't want to, say becoming more open-minded could be of help, but I think just exploring around a little further could inadvertently help those that even see themselves, myself included at times, as open-minded, will fall upon something in which you find a new perspective. And I hope that, all of us here in the show can gain that from doing coverage, and maybe our viewers will do so too. I think it'll be great. But with that, dude, let's just go ahead and call this meeting a day, and hopefully, our viewers will understand what we have for them next month, But that said, just make sure that, dude, you've had your phone right there in your pocket, right there in your chest. Have you been recording some of this? No. Well, look, dude, if you've been doing that by accident, that's fine, but just do me a favor, okay? Just make sure to delete it, delete all your archives, and, I don't know. Thanks for coming in, and I really hope that this upcoming episode of the season finale show really goes well. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get the stove ready. I'll call you in a bit.
a farm in a chicky chick pen. She and her brood would never shirk, but the live long day just work, work, work. One fine day, this little red hen found some wheat in her chicky chick pen. All the little chicks cried, but the hen said, "No, you know this wheat." My feet are flat. Not I. Go ask the cat. I'll do it all myself. So the little red hen just looked around, found a little fowl to plow her ground. Plowed it hard and she plowed it deep, and the little chicks helped with the feet, feet, feet. Peep, peep, peep.
you have a hot take, maybe? My hot take? Well, I think some artists need to put a little more energy in their live set. Overly complicated tracks are things that kind of ruin a track for me. Don't stick to any kind of genre label.
Future bass is the worst music genre ever created.
Barber Beats was the original vaporwave. Fuck General MIDI choir. It's all bad.
Bruh.
Worst album artwork I've ever seen is Green Day's Father of All Motherfuckers, probably.
I find new music often, and I usually illegally download it.
Stuff that sounds good. Sample is vaporwave. It's still vaporwave, buddy. Midi-wave is a form of vaporwave. Deal with it. Gen Z's the future of vaporwave. I said it.
What is your musical guilty pleasure, Vapebearer?
It's gotta be K-pop. If you don't like mint chocolate chip ice cream, you are a baby. Music isn't real. I smell weed. I'm Dan Mason. This is Vape Eric. This is FM Skyline.
This is Mesh.
Yo, this is Groovy Kaiju. This is Christ. You're listening to Hot Takes. That's the one.
Don't touch my records. Ever.
And now time for our first act of the show, which is none other than Dystopiate, a 4-piece punk fit who are bringing us a little taste of their recently released Revolt Is Now EP. And boy, do we get something that's appropriate to this punk spirit that Dystopiate seems to be going after. In this performance, you will hear bits of what I personally, from my own listening experience, can only be possible through, and I hope these aren't artists which the members might find that aren't too of parallel to their sound. Yet, however, I found the spirit pretty there in what they're going for. And some of the artists are Crass. I heard a bit of Butthole Surfers. The more hardcore adjacent Mr. Bungle sounds as well are in there. I even want to say there's some DRI in there as well. But I don't need to go any further. I hope you guys are ready to bash, hopefully not break anything that's irreplaceable, but I hope you're ready to bash your head in to some great and amazing punk sounds. So without further ado, here is Dystopiate. Thank you.
I
place, it was going to have its certain cons, but I didn't ever figure out that it was going to have its cons when it came to the service, you know. And this sucks because this entire year, it seems that I've been having such a bad connection with certain people and things like that. But enough of that. Let's go ahead and try call Genesis now, because I've been going around this whole island for like a good while here. And what happened to my friends list? Oh, it's probably in the residence. Okay, let's see. Let's call her now. I was kind of walking around, and let's go ahead and see here. All right, let's call her Genesis. Yeah, I'm sure that she's probably at her place there with her controller.
Well, hello and welcome. That little introduction slash recap you just saw is of a previous artist that we've had on the show. And that artist is not a stranger to many of you that have seen the show previously. And a lot of you involved in the vaporwave scene have also either come to know this person by talking to them or by just seeing some of their work around. And the person we're referring to today and talking about is none other than Segaoctopus, who is a producer of our show and is actually one of the leads in the art and animation department of our show here at Sight Sounds and Conversations. And we felt that it was appropriate and best to have her back on the show, specifically being that it's the season finale of our second season of the show. And well, we thought it was no better way to both come full circle to where we started with the show, as before we even really had an art gallery. Sega was one of the first people that we ever interviewed on the show that was a non-music related artist that was doing, you know, graphic design work for some people in the community, including myself, on music releases, logo work, stuff with designing stuff for stickers, you name it. And since then, she's made a lot of new progress and updates, which we will be talking about today in this interview. But before we get to that, I was saying that the reason it felt appropriate to bring them back is because, you know, here at Sight Sounds and Conversations, we're an ever-evolving show. But that doesn't mean that evolution excludes those that we've already had around. And that could mean any of you that are watching that have been on the show before, or those that would like to be on the show and think, well, is this going to be a one-time thing? No, it will not. And we hope to have any of you that want to be back. And what better way than seeing an example such as today? And, you know, one thing about Sega that I want to take notice and what I want to utilize this interview for, again, for the season finale, is that along with the fact that they're involved in our art department and we were involved with doing an interview of this sort before we even had a gallery, is that we're also now evolving in that we're going to be also doing specific art galleries that will be focused on artists' specific work and even tailored to their own personalities. Now, what you're going to be seeing today is one specific way in which we will be approaching these types of interviews, as again, with the word evolving, evolution sorts, they're not just mere buzzwords that we're using here just to try to enhance or liven up this conversation here today. But again, it's just a nice preview of things that are to come at Sight Sounds and Conversations and what is our art gallery section here today. We will still be doing the art galleries in which we have varied and different artists, but again, from this day forward, we also want you all to know that we will be doing artist-specific galleries such as today. And with that being said, well, let's go ahead and bring out Segaoctopus themselves out here. Thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for being on, dude. I mean, as always, my interviews and introductions and such tend to, you know, for some be a bit long-winded, but it's never without intention. It's always because I like to believe that it's gonna bring people into what this interview is going to be about and what we're gonna be more or less why we're interested in having some people on and why we interview some people, you know, even musicians. And, you know, we're about to go into the 3rd year of doing Sight Sounds and Conversations. And during that time, you know, there's been a lot of moments in which we have, whether it's been you and your involvement on the show, or whether it's just been of that of living with you as a roommate, in which, you know, trial and error have been a constant thing. And when I say that, I mean that in the way of like learning as you move and as you go. The reason I mention that is because, well, during the time and since we've last had you on the show as an interview, you know, one of the things that, for those that aren't already aware of, that you have been doing is, for lack of a better term, is self-teaching yourself animation, you know? And you are basically gonna have the floor to talk a little more in depth of this, but the reason I mention all of what I was just saying in accordance to you self-teaching yourself animation and what, you know, trial and error and with the show and all is because, well, what has kept you going with something like, you know, not just, again, your involvement with the show, but even as we're seeing throughout, and we'll be seeing throughout this interview, little bits and pieces of some of your animation or even some time lapses of some of your work. But I think the bottom line is, you know, it's been a constant and you've been insistent on it, and it's not even, I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's any particular reason besides the fact that you like it. But with that being said, what is it specifically that has made it to where you just felt like, for example, animation, like you and I watch a lot of animation movies, and we also, you know, every now and then you'll talk to me about videos you see online and people complaining about the classic thing. And anybody that is here watching this tried animation will probably agree. You put so much in, and no pun intended, you put so much in for so little because of like how animation works. So with that, again, more or less being known, what still drives you with all that said to wanna be able to start animating?
What comes to mind is like a specific meme that I'll probably share with y'all here, but basically this medium has really like touched me pretty deeply as far as like watching it as a kid, and even now it's one of the only things that really makes me feel anymore. And being able to teach myself something like that makes me actually cry, or like just because it moves, or like how I've taught myself some of the rotoscoping that I've done, the fact that it just moves and can internally move at some, you know, like for example on my Jiffy site you'll see stuff moving, and the fact that it does move just for some reason moves me.
Yeah.
Process of it is not the most enjoyable, but the outcome is so much more reward than anything else. So I think I just really hope I can tell more stories with this medium in general, and be able to do a little more animation and explore that even further, because I've only been able to do like snippets of little things here and there that are, I think, are neat, and it all comes from watching others, and then I'm like, hey, I could maybe do a little thing like that.
Yeah, and and hearing what you're saying earlier right now, with some of your answer, you mentioned about how, and this weren't necessarily your precise words, but what I'm hearing is that animation itself has more or less been in a form of way of helping you feel closer to certain, not that I'm saying you don't have emotions. I mean, us living together, I definitely have seen you're a person that has emotions, of course, but I mean, you just feel more engaged with animation and the emotions that come with animation than you would with, I don't know, say, I'm not saying you don't connect with live action movies or anything of that sort, but you just feel animation speaks to you the most.
Along with like comics as well, that kind of language with, images and like sort of that in between as well, because I also like moving comics as well. Like I'd really like to maybe make one of something like that with moving comics, but something about the medium in between all that and animation is really inspiring in general.
Yeah, you like the Watchmen motion comics that we were watching once, like a couple years ago or something, I believe. I think this was even it wasn't entirely pre-COVID. It was around the time of COVID, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I know what you mean. But, I feel another thing that, not just with like, I wouldn't say your animation precisely hits on this, but I think this is another part that I've always seen as a continuing force in your body of work, even with like illustrations, specifically with illustrations to be quite exact. If you want to kind of tack the idea of character design as well, is that you're quite influenced by video games, and not just video games to be exact, but of like the JRPG kind, and do you, I mean, if this is a long-winded answer, you're more than welcome to have it, but if you feel like it's something that would be way too long, I also understand if you're like, I don't. But what I want to ask is, where did that come about? Exactly, like what was the first thing that you could recall that JRPGs, the character design itself, was such a big point for your inspiration in your work?
Well, there's probably a few things, but probably the biggest one I would say is probably like the Game Boy Pokemon games, and that's why I'm wearing a shirt. But that one was probably the biggest entry point of me like starting to like really like the character design and also like all the monsters and all the varieties of monsters made me, really want to look more into things, into more like I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the right words, like archaeology, or like just knowing a little more into things than just what you see surface wise, like studying even plants and things like that, nature in general really allured me. So it kind of went hand in hand with like exploring with Pokemon in the world, and how you're gonna get information for the Pokédex, and fill out all your entries. So all that really interests me from the beginning. So all that together, just made me more curious in general to make more characters of my own or stories of my own. And from there I just explored more of games in general, and I always wanted to draw Pokemon for my friends, and when I was in elementary school I'd draw a lot of fan art in general, so it kind of grew into that, and I just kind of always wanted to make fan art because I always see things and I'm like, oh yeah, I can make that my own way and make a nice print that I'd like to have up. So
yeah, you certainly do seem to have that, but I mean, even with like your more human-esque type characters, they certainly have a more Final Fantasy IX or Crystal Chronicles, or even to be more precise with what I've seen you play, like Bravely Default or even like Octopath Traveler, when they're in like the more, and that's kind of where I mean, like, when it comes to that kind of character design, even when like one of the things that I feel personally started getting you some of the attention from some of our contemporaries, peers, and friends in the community of Vaporwave is when you started doing chibi inspired works of some of the artists in the community. So like that's along with what you were just talking about with Pokemon, which I'm gonna get back to that, by the way, a little bit later. But we're talking here about specific human type characters. What kind of drew you more to that? Because I'm sure a lot of the people that are either watching this interview that know of your work, or our friends that watch, I'm sure they're not blind enough to have taken notice, that particular thing of yours. And it's very similar to how other friends of ours in the community have their own distinct style in it. And this is one of the things I like about a lot of artists as a whole, and specifically in this community, is how a lot of them have their own particular style, including you. But again, in continuation of the last question I just had, now along with what the monster thing, what drew you to that particular type of character design, the more small, petite-ish, if you will?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I don't have a specific answer, because I've always just been allured to little things like that ever since, like, probably when like Pichu was introduced. Like, it was like Pikachu but smaller, and I was always really like fixated on Pichu for some reason. And ever since like those kind of proportions were like considered in my mind, I guess I kind of liked things like that. Like, another anime that comes to mind is like Hamtaro. I watched Hamtaro a lot, and they're kind of shaped the same proportions, sort of,
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know exactly why I was always allured to, like, even the sad little faces you see on like the style of Final Fantasy Tactic characters. Like, I really am allured to a lot of that stuff. And what would you say, like, even like Hello Kitty stuff that's like simple and like sort of iconic, I guess, too, in a way, is like alluring. So it's just simple and nice and clean, I don't know.
I mean, I'm surprised you're kind of not into the design work of like the precious angels with like the big eyes and stuff.
Oh no, I definitely am.
Oh, okay.
Like, actually, that's funny that you bring that up, because my college professor would tell me not to ink things, so I keep that like soft appearance of like the precious angels, like artwork and sculptures or whatever.
Yeah.
That they have.
Really doughy almost too with some of those.
Yeah, I really like that stuff. I follow a lot of artists who do that type of stuff, and I kind of want to explore that even further, for sure. And I've actually, the stuff that I'm gonna premiere on this episode, I'm gonna I tried to stick to that more, to explore it more, because I've been kind of neglecting it.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of why I was asking you some of these questions, because during the time leading up to this episode and everything, and you were making some of this art that you're premiering now, I was taking notice of that. And that's, again, like, before we were even recording and stuff, and you're like, what are we on? I've been paying attention. We've been kind of noticing here and taking a glance, as we do with a lot of our artists. I mean, sometimes it's harder with some of the ones that we don't live with or anything. That's the closer thing with you here and all. But with that said, yeah, no, and that is something that I did notice, and I'm glad that you're going back into that, because it is something that, again, it speaks a lot to just having that appreciation as a whole. And there's nothing wrong with people that, or anybody in general that may say, like, for me, for example, I'll use myself as as a prime example, so nobody thinks that I'm saying something otherwise to what you're doing. But one of the big things that's a continuing driving force creatively or something is like how much of an impact the creation of Gorillaz meant for me, being like somebody that was around when they first came out in 2001. You know, like I was basically the age of the character Noodle here. You know, we're basically the same age, but where I'm going with that is that like an extent or a part of like, I wouldn't say my creative identity and all, but if I was asked a similar question to what you just got asked, I would say, well, Gorillaz. But with you, it's just something like, well, no, I'm just drawn to it, and something that it means something. It's nice, and I really appreciate that, you know. And that's again why it made me feel that it was notable to bring that up. Which brings me back to what I told you I was going to get back into in regards to the thing about Pokemon, and in specific, one thing you said. You know, you refer to them as monsters, and it's really, I don't know, it's really unique because a lot of people I feel that I see that are having discourses on the internet, they talk about them in reference to comparisons of animals and such, yet another thing that you're really influenced by that has a similarity a bit to Pokemon is Monster Hunter, you know? And that's another thing that I've also really have noticed a lot about what you have been drawn by in some of your work, and I mean the one that you're very aligned with what we were just talking about with like the type of design work, which is monster design and everything. Is basically the same question I just asked you with the character design of like chibi characters for the most part. Is it basically the same answer, or do you maybe have a notable monster or something that when you were young, even before Pokemon, that you know that may have drawn you to that, or was Pokemon really the beginning, like part of what drew you to monsters as a whole? Or
yeah, but also like I did like fantasy a lot, and when I was like in kindergarten, I had like this how to draw fantasy characters book. Well, it was like a little magazine, and it showed you like step by step, like, you know, you draw the circle for the face or whatever, and then you draw the whole wizard or whatever, goblin, dragon, and so I followed along, and I would draw a lot of dragons. So I really like dragons. I really liked all that stuff. So that influenced me a lot, and later on in like high school with like Lord of the Rings stuff, so I would draw a lot of fantasy type of things, so that went hand in hand. And also like, you know, my own created monsters and stuff. I didn't go as far as like some of my other friends because they got really into like Neopets, and they would make their own like pets and like their own lines of things that would actually evolve and get all intricate about it. But yeah, I did like monsters a lot, but kind of, I guess the same answer is just something that allured me, and I just kind of kept it up, I guess.
Yeah, no, and it seems like it was a match made in heaven, because again, like a lot of the games and stuff you play already deal with those kinds of things. Because like I always find it funny in a lot of these games, and I don't think we ever talked about, so I'll bring it up right now. But it's funny how in a lot of these games they will have like these cutesy little characters that, you know, they look like they'd be living with a bunch of cute butterflies and happy flowers and things like that. But then you see them fighting, and they're fighting like the most like overly detailed monsters that you're like, one style doesn't fit the other, you know?
Yeah, true.
So and I see that in those two regards with what you do too, and it's just it's still kind of, it makes perfect sense, you know. One thing that I want to get back to with animation specifically is, you know, you've worked on a couple visuals that have already dealt with rotoscoping, and you've been kind of teaching yourself and doing like rotoscoping to be more exact and precise. And you know, we've already established that animation is something that takes quite a while and it's long to do or anything. But with that, is there any particular goal that drives you personally that to have taught yourself or starting to teach yourself more? Because I'm not trying to have anybody think that I'm either you're calling yourself an expert or I am, you know, but where I'm trying to go with the question is basically, I don't know, are you hoping to maybe make a specific like cartoon one day, or do you want to make like a movie with a specific like adaptation? Is there anything of that sort that's driving you also to again do rotoscoping? And I again ask that because you know you've asked me to help you when doing some things before, like, hey, let's go out, let me I have to do this because you're gonna, to be precise, it's like you asked me to do some like walking, and we kept doing it because you're like, no, that's not exactly how I did it, you know. And I wanted to save that for a time in which we would talk again, and that's now. So I always wondered if, again, the reason too that you've taught yourself how to animate or something, you know, is there a specific goal aligned with that too, or are you like maybe hoping that you're trying to work for a specific animation director or anything like that, or what are your influences on that too?
Well, if I did have a little bit more time to be able to craft more animation types of things, I would like to put a little more of my painterly style into the animation, because putting those together would take a lot of work because of the amount of detail. But I'm hoping that one day I can get to a point where I can make little GIFs and sort of things that will express both sides of my illustrative kind of things, and then with motion, because I really like little GIFs like that. Like, for example, like a character maybe just sitting cozy with like their coffee or something, and then you see the coffee is like moving, and then they like take a little sip and they blink, you know, just like a little thing. It's nice. It's like I wish like Images just did that, but it'd be cool to have like little LED like jewelry or stuff like that that actually moved or something, because it'd be really cool to have GIFs like that. Or like on Discord, you know, if like you pay for Discord, you can have your little thing animate, do things. I always find that type of stuff really neat. So I'd like to do more little projects like that for either like music videos. Like I really want to make more stuff in correlation to music as well, because I think when you put like a simple even like walk cycle with music, you know, it transforms it, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, no, and it's nice of you to bring up that part specifically about the music, and because one of the things that's really propelled you even further to do more animation and do a lot of these things has been that, you know, you were making a couple GIFs. I remember you started out, and then after a while when you felt comfortable enough, and I really don't know which one of us came up with the idea. It may have been you. I don't recall, to be quite honest, but what I do know is that it came to a point where you or me basically were like, hey, these GIFs or these animation bits that I've done have gotten well enough that, well, we've had bumpers on the show before. Could these be bumpers, you know? And those are some of the things that we play usually in the beginning of the show as we're getting like it's started, for those that, you know, when it premieres on this, like on YouTube and all, like we usually try to give people a chance to just kind of get settled in and everything, and just get the idea that they're getting into an experience. It's not necessarily just a show itself, you know, that we're offering here at Sights and Sounds. And you know, your animation along with what Futuro Surf does, like really further emphasizes with what we're trying to do, going after some of our influences, whether it be like, you know, MTV or Adult Swim, or even like the work of what Terry Gilliam was doing in Monty Python, you know, with some of the animations. Now, mind you, and I want to make this perfectly clear to people watching, these are not necessarily Genesis's specific influences, but the reason I mention that is because although those are some of the influences of the show itself, having had that and how open it is, and having you as an animator, you know, now, besides just an artist who, again, has also spent a lot of time helping us put together certain, you know, aesthetic looks of the show in accordance to how we try to like put posters out and things for the show too. You know, you've helped us out a lot with flyers after I give you like the general idea of like, oh, here's the poster, what we should do with this design in this episode, you know. But before we get too far from where I was going with you and the animation and the bits that we've been doing, you know, I want to know if there's an artist that you wish that you could do something collaborative, whether you do animation, who would it be? Or at the moment, who would you be? Like right now, like who, like no question, you're like right now, as I wasn't even done asking the questions, who would you do something animation for?
I mean, if it's like ideal,
yeah,
I would really like to do something for Kaliuchi's, but I mean, I've just done like little like things to her music.
Yeah,
I've been listening to her a lot, but that'd be really cool. Or like Lady Gaga. I know that's like really big, but like I just love their music, so I would really like even push myself to try to do something cool for them. But you know, this is big.
No, hey, it's never. I personally, and as a host here on the show, and as like somebody that works with a lot of you guys, you know, behind the scenes, whether it's like you or Dominic or whoever have you, you know, I don't need to be like name dropping here. However, where I'm trying to go with this is that doesn't hurt to dream big. That's why I asked you, who would you ideally, because, you know, you've come such a long way. I really do think that it's not just a mere like coming here and like, oh, a puff piece. No, you really have come a long way. And it's impressive. So if like you kept this going up and everything, I can't see why you wouldn't get the attention of some people. You have such a really big, you know, drive and will to be able to put these pieces together. And I want to continue to emphasize these things because, again, I think, I mean, anybody that's watching that's an artist and knows a little more than just like general, like, okay, draw, make art, music, whatever. But I think, again, most people really take for granted the fact that music, art, animation, dancing, any of these things, even athleticism, like, you know, being able to like skateboard, box, anything, they take fucking work, you know. And like people are there for the victory or the failures, to either laugh or celebrate, but they don't take time to consider how fucking long and how hard and how much it takes to get to a certain point. Like even right now, you know, like they say show, don't tell, but as we're recording this, how are we going to show people that we're currently doing this like about in between like 4 and 5 in the morning on Sunday, you know, the week before the show's supposed to come out. And that's because like you work, you know, and I don't know if you feel comfortable with me mentioning where you work or what you do, but you know, it itself in a way plays into with what you do too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal.
No, and like, well, yeah, no, I know that you say it's no big deal, but I just mentioned that the reason why I was asking about like if it's okay I could mention that you work at an arcade and everything is because, you know, again, with what I was just saying, it's still a pretty demanding job, you know. It's not somewhere where like you guys are what people would perceive as like babysitting and running around after kids and such, but it's still like going after and dealing with people that take for granted the amount of work that goes behind keeping people entertained. You know, and that's what you do. Like, even we have to get down at the base level of it. Even when you're drawing and stuff, you're keeping people entertained, and you're showing them something that will either move them or drive them to do stuff. And I really think that it was great to have had you on, like I was saying in the introduction, as an example of that, because, you know, I think even you yourself, at times, you know, I've heard you, and I'm very guilty of that myself, don't take the moment to really look at those things, you know. Like, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but sometimes I feel like you don't realize, again, how much work it has been for you to, like, have come from where, like, you started out doing, like, little, like, animation things where, like, the character was, like, walking wobbly, and you're like, no, I don't like it. And I remember you used to, like, get a little upset about that, and I don't mean to air you out here, and I hope this isn't embarrassing or anything, but again, you know, I think it's really notable because you never let up and you didn't, like, stop, and that's great. And even then, you haven't let yourself become complacent with where you feel comfortable, but even with what you do know and what you do like, you've expanded on that, which is great, you know. And I'm really glad that you're part of the team here on the show and what you, like, bring and offer to us. And I don't mean us here on the team, but even our audience, you know. I think it's great that, again, like, people like you or Futuro, or, like, you know, always in the room, like, anybody that's been continuously involved and has given us stuff, like, I feel like you guys are, like, I'm always trouble with knowing whether you guys are the heart or the soul of the show, but I definitely know that you guys are a really significant part of the show that wouldn't be, at least, you know, what makes me feel comfortable to be able to come out to try to be the host or do what I do in my part, you know, every single month that we're able to put the show together. If I, again, wasn't in the company of people like yourselves. And I know that another reason we were having you on today is because, you know, you're getting, as we're doing this interview, you're getting pretty close to ready, I want to say, for you to kind of, I don't want to use, again, buzzwords here to talk about your work, but, you know, relaunch, rebrand, whatever word you want to apply to this, but you're basically getting ready to enter into a new stage of putting your work, at least on your website, and kind of putting your services out there beyond with what you're already just kind of doing here on the show. You know, and what are things that, like, for our audience to know, what are things in which you feel versed enough and comfortable to say, hey, if you've liked some of what you've been seeing here as we're talking, and you want us to work together on anything from designing something for it be merchandise, cover art, even a small piece of animation, because, you know, people can always use just a small segment or anything, a couple seconds that they can replay for a music video or something. It doesn't have to be a full animated music video. But what would be the things that you would feel most comfortable, and where do you think your time table of, you know, delivery time would be at? And the reason I ask these questions are because, you know, again, like we've been talking about this interview, it's just a nice way of reminding people that may want to reach out to you to be aware of, like, okay, you know, I can usually do cover art for a CD or a physical release. I could do this within these days, specifically depending on what you're asking. Animation would take me. Where do you feel you're at with some of these things? For anybody that may want to work with you.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the project, of course, but for probably cover art, I could do within a week or 2 weeks, depending on how complicated it is. And for animation, that really depends, but if it's like a couple seconds of like maybe something rotoscoped, I could probably put something out within the month. So I consider that kind of fast, at least for at least a couple of seconds of like some, 24 frame or 24 seconds, 24 frames per second, sorry, of something like that would be doable right now for me, or at least an average time frame. That goes for like paintings too. A painting is probably the quickest I can shell out, is probably like a week and a half, depending on like how complicated, of course, it is.
And would this include, when you're saying a painting, would this include either digital or physical, or how is that going to be different?
Well, depends on if they want either or. I could do both. Both are, I'm very comfortable with both styles, so if anyone likes the more watercolor thing, I'm totally down to make some physical copies of stuff like that too.
Now I know this might be somewhat of a really I wouldn't say hard question, but it's kind of an open question, but I want you to kind of think of it this way, because again, for anybody that has seen some of the work today and it's liked what they're seeing and would like to work with you, and they're serious about this, well, let's just give them a general idea of what they have to look forward to. So with what you've already done for people, and when I say what you've already done for people, I mean when it comes to stuff that you've gotten paid for, that they've either sought you out or ended up meaning that somebody's paid for your services first, like, or if it's deferred. I don't know much about this, and if you feel comfortable, again, you can speak on this. But for the things that you've done so far, what has been so far the cheapest, lowest thing that you have charged, or that you've gotten paid for by an artist? And what was it? Like, you don't have to say specific, like you could say, oh, it was a painting, or it was like a piece of animation this long, you don't have to like say specific details of it, to kind of, again, keep the privacy of the clients you had. But, or unless you want to show examples, I don't know, whatever those things. But along with that, what has been the priciest or the most expensive thing that you have done so far, that just to kind of give people an idea of where your price range has been so far? Because again, I know that things could be subject to change depending if somebody may want something that you think, man, I'm gonna have to charge either a lot less than what I've had before or a lot more. But where has it stayed so far in your career as an artist?
Yeah, I don't do anything for about less than $15 now, just to give a little example. I used to start at $5, but for anything coming up, I think that's a fair price to at least start at, as far as intricacy goes in my art, I think. But I mean, it doesn't go too much farther for the cover art. I would say maybe an average of like $50, depending, just because I do work with the client and I give revisions, I give options, and all that. So I would say an average around $15 to $50, and depending, obviously the more complicated would be on the 50, and depending on how much revisions as well. So if you want more revisions, we can work with that. And I'm just always open to make sure the person gets what they want and make sure they're happy with what they're getting. As far as animations go, I'd probably start with anywhere between like $30 a second or so, probably even like 2 seconds. But I have gone out of my way to like, I'm still working on a little music video for one of my friends, which is going to be 8 minutes long, but I'm going to be using a little bit of, you know, some of looping techniques and like camera angles, such as like moving it in for more dramatic effect and simple techniques like that to extend what I've drawn to make it more interesting. And something like that, I did charge $150. So if it's a longer video, I can still, you know, if you give me the time, which this person's giving me plenty of time, over a year now, and I've taken the time to really map out how I'm gonna complete the project. So it really ranges. That's probably the most complicated thing I've done is this little music video. So
well, and I see what you're saying, and I want to go ahead and as a host also kind of, you know, read a little bit in between of what you're saying here, and I understand that, and I hope the audience understands that with that the reason that you're doing it for the price it seems on that one is because it is a friend, and you are taking a bit of a, I don't want to say shortcuts, but you're taking basically the steps that a one-person animation studio like yourself needs to do in order to assure that this is going to be done, you know, more promptly. So anybody that may be interested in animation should consider those things if they want to have, because, you know, that price might, again, vary, of course. So people don't say like, I got $1,000, I got an entire idea for a movie script, let's go, like, you know, because I could see how some people could be, you know, I hope that that's not a thing that could happen, but who knows, the internet is bigger than the real world is. It seems there's more people that live on the internet than they live in the real world. With that, you know, we're coming pretty close to the end here of our interview, but, you know, before we go, we're definitely gonna ask if the usual things we ask all of our guests that we have for an interview. However, just one last thing. Are you still interested in, and I'm sorry if this is something to put you on the spot, but are you still interested in maybe one day getting back into trying to do video game design work or anything like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's another little pocket of my expertise that I want to explore more, especially in like the 3D realm. Hopefully I have more time to do more things, but I was experimenting with like my iPhone camera where it can capture like a whole room, or even the outside environments, and then you can use that to put it into Blender and then put characters on it to give it a sort of effect like Octopath Travelers, where you have 2D sprites.
Yeah, the 2.5D.
Yeah, exactly. Giving it like a diorama kind of effect. And I'm super drawn to that. I would really love to do more, but yeah, that's another wall I need to like teach myself how to use Blender and be comfortable with more 3D environments. But that's definitely something that excites me and I want to do more of in general. So
yeah, see, and I was kind of battling on whether to ask you about this, because, you know, this is something, again, like dealing with you're a producer on the show, you work, you do the, like, there's already so much on your plate, so I didn't want to be like, again, putting you on the spot, but I also like was wondering, and I've been wondering for some time, you know, and I really do hope that you get back into that at some point, or maybe end up meeting with somebody online that you end up collaborating with on a project of that sort, because I really think that, you know, you could possibly have something there. With that said, Sega, it was a pleasure to be able to talk to you and have you on the show today, specifically for our season finale art segment. It was a little different than what we usually do, but it's fine. It was necessary, and it's great that we had you as that particular guest. But before we go, is there anybody that you know may either watch the live stream or may come later to watch, you know, the actual like video that you want to go ahead and just give some form of shout out to? Or
yeah, I have I want to thank all my patrons.
Go ahead and talk to them
like,
right there.
You guys are always motivating me. I don't know what I would do without y'all. And I will have all this new things for you now that I've been slowly, working and showing you guys all this new stuff. So thank you. I really, really appreciate you all so much. And then I also wanted to tell kind of everyone that I am also premiering some new art pieces that you can get on my website. I've had my website shut down for a little while, but now I'm just gonna have a few seasonal items that are gonna be available for a month or two, we'll see. But they're gonna be limited. They're gonna only be able to be bought during this time. So feel free to check them out. And I hope you guys like the new stuff that I'm spending a little more time on. And yeah, thank you so much for looking at my art and spending the time listening to me ramble here. Thanks.
Well, I mean, that makes a lot more sense now, and that's why I was asking about the rebranding, relaunch question that I asked you about, because, and that is great news. That is something that is awesome. That, I was wondering why the site had gone down, and you're like, you'll see when it's time, you'll see. And it's great that the time has fallen around when we're having you on the show. And, I'm definitely excited for you to put some of this new art up and for people to see some of these pieces. Yeah, wow, that's definitely news. You've taken me for a surprise on that. But with that, Sega, we loved again having you on the show. We do hope that next time that you're on, it will be for something like animation or a video game, or really, who knows? Because for all the time that I've known you, and even before the show, you've come on a trajectory that's just been so diverse and varied. And I just hope that, our audience saw that here today, that you have a potential collaboration with somebody, because I know that it's definitely going to be great. And that people pick up on those limited edition 2-month pieces that you're going to be having up. And hope somebody that sees the interview today collaborates with you, as I know with whatever it is, you will definitely deliver something great. And that people make sure to go ahead and pick up one of those things that she'll have on her website, as they are limited. And we hope to see you again on the show, and we look forward to having you continue to be part of our show. And with all that, that was Segaoctopus, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
ここのこれからやるコーナーのポイントは
インツラこういうふうに対向車来てるのやっちゃうから
なんか今見ましたね。いやー、なんですかね。いやー、参りました。来たよ。来た。やべえな。やばいな。同期でやべえ。 車線無視と。これやっぱり足回りがもうちょい柔らかければいけるかなということですね。いいですね。ちょっと見て。
And now it's time for Casual Alien, an artist whom we've had a small little taste of what they can be capable of bringing to us before on the show. However, it's time for us to bring them back on, as this following performance is the entirety of a release. Let me go ahead and get the title correctly here. When the Computer Smiles, and I had to make sure that that was correct, as this release, this entire project, which we're about to hear in its entirety, is a mix of IDM, ambient, and even at times dance sensible in a manner that I feel would be very at home on a Warp's Record roster release of sorts. And I even want to go further and say that I think that if we were to put a soundtrack together of artists that we've had on the show that could fit on the upcoming Backrooms film that's in the works right now, I think this would be something that would fit in very well. I think Casual Alien has a very almost even Leland the experience of being able to put together pieces that almost sound uncanny, you know, in a way that very familiar, yet very new and strange, if you will. And Casual Alien seems to casually be able to bring such an alien feeling along, which might be the reason why this name is so fitting for this artist. And without further ado, here is from, well, its entirety, When the Computer Smiles, Casual Alien. Thank you. In this upcoming segment, we will be taking a look at something in which we hope to continue to bring back on the show. Not on a consistent basis, but as it evolves and as if there is any notable updates, anything we find interesting, or anybody that gets involved in which we feel we would like back to further emphasize this project, we will be doing so. Before we get into this segment, let's go ahead and take a small little look back at some of the things that have basically inspired what this project and this segment is going to be about. In this small little flashback, throwback, whatever thing applies to you here, that we will be taking a look at, it will feature a segment from the Econ 3 special in which we had interviewed Emmanuel. And we will also have a small section of the interview we held with the Minidisc Wiki. The reasons for why we will be showing these small flashbacks will become apparent as you listen and pay attention to this following segment, which will serve as an invitation while also easing you as far as relaxing one that may become interested in this project to partake in this project. For as this segment will show, what we're looking for is for one to push themselves while also feeling creatively free to go as far as one's limits and creativity will allow them. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at these two clips and get into the interview / segment performance by Emmanuel. So we hope you enjoy this segment. Thank you.
Here we are. Yeah, one last thing before we let you go and for you to enjoy the rest of your day here, I wanted to ask, is there anything that you could give as a form of advice to anybody out there that, you know, even if they're not within the arts, but they still want to be within the do-it-yourself type of mentality that you could, you know, advise to just let them go as far as they want?
Grab whatever media you want to do and just do it. That's really all there is. All I did is I grew up with tapes and mini discs and 8 tracks and reel to reel. Got the equipment, just did it. That was really it. Like, don't be afraid to do it. Don't let your insecurities or bashfulness or shyness get in your way. Just put something together that you are proud of, that you feel happy with, and just put it out there. Rather if it's a fan art or anything. I mean, I was terrified to put those reels and 8 tracks out, and I just did it, and everybody loved it. So yeah, that's what I would say. Just do it.
But let's go ahead and welcome both of them along. Thank you for being on the show today, Tiffany and Kieran.
Thanks so much for having us. It's great to be here. Great to have a chance to speak with great people about the projects that we're working on and the community and the movement that we're building.
I want to start by saying thank you very, very much for both the work and the admiration that you guys have for the format that is the mini disc, and the way that you guys have archived it is something that I personally am in really big admiration of. And I want to go ahead and start by asking the standard question to you both, but individually, which is, what started both your individual loves for the format that is mini disc?
Loaded question.
So I actually was a mini disc user back in high school. I was fairly late to the train. I actually returned an iPod. I bought an iPod in high school and for Christmas, and something about it didn't work for me. It skipped sometimes, it got scratches, it was a bit heavy. For whatever reason, I wasn't a huge fan of that iPod. So I returned it to the store, and I saw on the shelf a mini disc recorder with a bunch of discs, like a bundle, for like half the price I paid for the iPod. And it could connect over USB, and I bought that with the money I had saved and some extra discs. And for probably 3 or 4 years throughout high school, it was my primary means of music. I carried around a little box of different discs in and copied MP3s that I got on the internet to mini disc, and that was my main music source for a few years. And then after some time in late 2019, I think I was drunk eBaying or something and saw a mini disc play. And I was, I need to get that. I need to get back into this. I don't know where my old one is. This is something, because I'm into the retro tech stuff, and thought, let's go back into this. And then around that same time, I discovered some of the existing vaporwave mini disc releases, such as the ones by labels like My Pet Flamingo and Hello City Records, and the Reddit community run by S-Fish, who posts new mini disc vaporwave releases. And I realized that this was a combination of two things I really loved: the vaporwave scene and the mini disc. And as I was kind of getting more and more into collecting, I saw that a lot of the information on discs, recorders, equipment, guides on what to do, they were all falling off the web. They were all there from the 90s or the early 2000s, and a lot of these websites have not been updated, or they have not been paid for, and all the links now are just 404s. They're falling off the web, and a lot of this information is really hard to find. So just after Econ 2, meeting people there, going to Japan and meeting some people there, including some vaporwave musicians who actually did give me some mini discs, I thought we need to take all this old information that's falling off the internet while we can, you know, archive sites, stuff that is still up, and put it all together in one place that is community-led, is not only social media. Of course, we do have our social medias, but we wanted something that was permanent, that wasn't just going to fall down the timeline or be at the whim of an Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, and have it be completely run and operated by the community for hopefully years and years and years to come, putting all this old information together in one spot and making it available and adapted for the modern day. A lot of the information about how people used mini disc back in the late 1990s or the early 2000s isn't really applicable today. We're not really recording a whole lot off the radio or bootlegging concerts using a mini disc recorder. Instead, a lot of people want to save their stuff. And so we're looking at guides and resources on how to take stuff off of a disc instead of putting it on, or things to watch out for now that this equipment is 20 years old or 30 years old. And so we really just wanted to make this cohesive hub that would be the first point of reference, and then from there people can branch out to the mini disc side, also the vaporwave side, and buy vaporwave mini discs, or development for people doing software development, or just sharing pictures of this cool old tech that's really, flashy and have nice buttons and stuff. So that really was the plan, is just keeping everything in one place as the branching out point. And since then, in the last 2 years, it's just absolutely exploded. We've had so many more than we could have expected. People joining us on Instagram and Twitter, on Discord. Our Discord server now has nearly 750 people. I didn't even know there were 750 people on the planet who still cared about this stuff. And yet they're all here in one spot talking about it, sharing their memories, making mixtape or mixed discs, sharing them with each other. Great photography to put on the site, reverse engineering the stuff. It's been so much more than I could have even imagined when this nugget of a thought came into my head in the shower sometime in late 2019.
One of the things that I did was, with that one, I had my iPhone, and I was recording just kind of like field recordings and making random noises on purpose. One of the things that happened is I took one where I was just kind of breaking sticks. I cranked the reverb up and tuned it just the right way. Like, it was one of them happy accidents. Those breaks didn't sound like twigs snapping anymore. It sounded like ethereal birds chirping. And I'm like, that is so fucking cool.
Oh.
And would I tripped over that if I was following the rules? Hell no.
No, definitely
But
not.
you can actually put it in there.
And with that, we come with a wonderful introduction with our conversation with Emmanuel, who we're currently now talking with. If you currently are tuning in the introduction before this conversation we're getting ourselves into, we saw a couple of excerpts from previous episodes, one of which we were talking to Emmanuel back at ElectroniCon 3 in New York. back in August of just this past year. Another one was part of our conversation we last had with the Mini Disc Wiki, and we also just wanted to give you all a small little taste of Emmanuel's previous set that was in our last end of the year edition that we had here on this show. During this little introduction that you all had, we were previously having a conversation that you all had come into, which really gives itself a beautiful way into what we're going to be talking about today, in not just one side or one aspect, but in various aspects. You see, Emmanuel has very recently, and we also wanted to announce, has come on board on our show as a producer. And one of the reasons is because here on our show we continue to value exploration and those that are willing to experiment, and also see sometimes what the rule book says and kind of laugh at it, even though you can always have it as a nice reference point. It's never a thing to just say that the rules should outright be thrown out. But however, it's nice to know that we can always take an outright left turn. Why we say that? Because from one of our previous editions, again, where we had the Mini Disc Wiki interview, Emmanuel felt touched, moved. I don't want to put too much words here and then emotions in Emmanuel's person here, but what we're basically trying to get here today is that on our show going forward today, we will be having a section, almost show within a show, in which we will be looking at a project that we will be talking about today. And that project will be a mixtape club that Emmanuel has decided to start. He will be giving us a bit of an introduction and a bit of a summary on what really inspired and what this project already has, come under. If you're watching this episode, not when it's being currently premiered, but if you're watching this at a future stream, even if it might be 6 months to maybe even a year from now, we're pretty sure this project is still going to be ongoing, for we both here have really big goals for this project. So with that, let's go ahead and first just say thank you for being back on the show, Emmanuel. It's a pleasure having you on this show.
I am honored to be here. Very honored to be here. But yeah, on the to fill in the gaps with the mixtape thing. When I was watching the last show that you had, that I think that was the same one that I did the exclusive music set for. Mm-hmm. Which, for anybody that doesn't know, almost all of that set was unreleased versions or unreleased songs that I've had sitting around, that I was like, let's kind of play with it and see where I can go with it. And I just kind of let my creativity go. There's some alterations to songs that I have released and have done as well. But after that, there was that interview that our boy Codex here was having with the Mini Disc Wiki. I remember when Mini Disc first came on the market, was introduced, and I was so fascinated with the Mini Disc, and I thought it was just the coolest thing ever. And I'm like, this small little thing sounds better than a CD. And it can hold like a whole CD, but it's so small. And I just loved them. And I worked, I think it was a summer job at I think it was the town, I don't want to say it was the sewer treatment plant, but that was one of the things that they did. Mm-hmm. They basically did the town maintenance. And I worked over the summer there to make money so I could go buy my first mini disc. And it was a whole box set, and I remember my grandmother took me to the hi-fi audio store. I think it was called Hi-Fi House, actually. And they had this box where it was the deck, and it just played regular mini disc, didn't have the NetMD or the LP 1, 2, 3 that came out. It was just, your basic standard mini disc. And it also came with the Walkman, which I think I still have it, actually. Yep, there it is. Came with this one.
Oh, wow. That's a relic for sure there.
That one needs some repair because I forget what it doesn't do, but yeah, I've kept that one this whole time. I've had to replace the actual deck, so I'm on my second.
Mm-hmm.
So that can tell you how long those things can last if you take care of them. So they brought back a lot of nostalgia for me in that conversation. I'm like, I'm glad this site exists and these people exist, and they're just as passionate as I've always been with the mini disc. And I remember just, making all the different little mixes and crazy stuff and experimenting with all the features of mini disc. Just everything that it had to offer just to see what can I do. And, it was always just fun for me. And then they got to talking about the whole making, mini disc mixtapes and everything. And that brought back more memories of when I was in school or hanging out with my friends and stuff. We would always swap tapes back and forth. Where I'm like, hey, I've heard all this cool stuff, thought you might like it. And they would do the same. Or I'd grab a bunch of stuff off the radio and they were like, that sounds cool, could I get a copy? And I'd dub them a copy of it, and here you go. We'd draw on the tapes, we'd paint them with markers and spray paint and model paint and just try to do them up like crazy, and we just had fun with it. And I kind of had the idea of why not try to do that all over now? Because, I know all these people, like Codex or Caldor 32X, Petri Dish, Mesh, Wizard of Loneliness, all these people that they remember making mixtapes. And they still have that fondness for the mixtape. And I was like, why not see how many people I can get together to make a mixtape? No guidance, no real rules or restrictions other than it has to be a physical thing. So I put out the idea, and I bent the rules a little bit for a couple people that really wanted to be involved. Because one of the rules was, I don't want you to just send me a playlist for Spotify or a folder of MP3s that I throw into Winamp and playback. I want actual effort, because that's what we did. So it had to be on a cassette, micro cassette, mini disc, even a CDR would be acceptable. There were a couple people that didn't have the means to do that but really wanted to be involved, so I bent it and we went with the flash drive. They sent me a flash drive, there's a mix on there, there's some art on there. That works perfect. They even Kama actually decorated the flash drive. So I sent him a flash drive back and I just went all out with it. And Caldor, he sent me 3 micro cassettes now. And I sent him 3 micro cassettes back. And that's the whole gist of it, is whatever format you send me a mix on, I'll send you one on that same format back. So if you were to send me a tape, I'm gonna send you a tape back. Oh yeah, and I even included 8-track in there. If you wanted to do an 8-track, I can do that one too, or reel to reel. But the whole idea was let's get a bunch of people to kind of do this exchange again, like we used to do back in the day, because it was something fun. Do them up. Let's trade them back and forth. Send me something. Send me something you think I'm gonna like, or just whatever, and kind of roll with it. And then I think it was with a conversation with you, Codex, where we were kind of throwing around the idea of us actually making it into a club, and in a Facebook group, and just kind of making a community around just the mixtape. And I think I even reached out to the mini disc wiki to see if I could get them to send me a mini disc one, and I would send them. So it was just that kind of fun, nostalgic idea. And man, Caldor 32X, like he just jumped on it and ate that up. We have been having a lot of fun with just micro cassette in general. That's kind of the new format I'm on now. Is see what I can do with the micro cassette, because I got 2 stereo decks now, so I can record them in stereo. And me and him have been going back and forth trying to kind of perfect the art of the micro cassette. And I know, I think it's Naval Gazers is his artist name. Dang. The guy who runs DMP tapes. I know he's been putting out the occasional micro cassette, and we have kind of all 3 have been talking about it. Me and Calvor more than me and DMP. But I had the idea of let's kind of push this format and try to make it a thing just for the fun of it, because it's so cool and we're so passionate about it. We're having too much fun with it.
Yeah.
So,
and
kind of a couple things came of it.
Yeah, and
yeah,
and while you were saying that, I actually just found an example here underneath the table. So everybody here, take a look at what we found of the current mixtape that Emmanuel has gotten from one of the trades that has happened so far in this project. And on that example there, we just want to go back and talk further now about this project, because for any of you that may be watching and might be interested in being involved, being mentioned that I myself will be making one, I will be kind of giving some of you not the idea of what I'm going to be doing exactly, but I'm going to tie it in with something else that might not even be involved entirely with the show. And what that is, for any of you that have seen any of the other contents which we do here at the Sight Sounds and Conversations channel, where we do sights of the internet, you may have seen that I've started doing content on an old reality show called To Catch a Predator, and I have started focusing on a particular individual from that show. The reason I mention that is because on my current project that I'm going to be working on here for this club is going to be doing something very similar to, and for those of you that might be big music nerds might know where I'm going with this, but I'm going to basically try to emulate the very same spirit that the Beastie Boys used when they had their first official single that was released named Cookie Puss. For those of you that know enough about what they were doing and what that single was all about, that is where my project is basically going to be going with that. And the reason I mention that is for those of you, actually let me see if I can put in an example for any of you what that song Cookie Puss is like. Who cares about us getting copyrighted? We're going all out on this show anyway, so here's an example of Cookie Puss.
Yo, I said I'm calling you, babe. Yo, B, answer the phone. Yo, B.
May I help you?
Yes, what's your name?
Hello?
Hello, man, you got Cookie Puss's number?
He's my supervisor. He'll help you.
Yo, man, where's the supervisor at? I got the number.
And with that example, again, to go back as to what I was saying, for any of you watching that might have an interest in being a part of this project and being a part of this club here with our mixtapes and all, the sky is really the limit. Just put your own taste and your own personality and touch to this project. Even if you want to do something, for example, just to give some of you ideas, say, you know, if you're old enough to remember putting a cassette into the boombox and then recording their songs and then trying to avoid the DJ. You know, that's how we ended up getting a lot of lost media now, actually, come to think of it. But with that said, if you want to do something... Yep, exactly. And if you want to add a touch similar to that to give a spirit or that kind of, we welcome that. We also think, like Emmanuel was saying, it's not just cassette. We could also do mini disc, micro cassette. Some of you have the means to do. Would you be welcoming for people to do maybe even something if they wanted to put that extra time, something like an 8-track or a reel-to-reel? I mean, that's going to be somebody putting in some time, but...
Oh, yeah. I mean...
Exactly.
Speaking of mixtapes, this was one of the first reel-to-reel mixtapes I did with a buddy of mine. Because I've been inspired by the friggin' what is it, Guardians of the Galaxy, and he did that awesome mixtape.
Oh yeah.
So that's what this one's called. And I wanted to kind of make it look like I dug it up from somewhere, and then we took a bunch of songs from I think it was 80s and 90s. Actually, it looks like all 80s on here.
Well, Emmanuel, my next question for you with this, I gotta ask, you know, feel like there is something with, because as we've been talking, we've also been getting a little bit of your set here and a little bit of the taste of what you've been doing musically, and I just gotta ask, what was and what has been your influence and your approach to this, as it seems to be a little different than what you gave us last time you were here on the show.
Are we talking about the DJ mix or
yes,
the individual?
Yeah, no, the DJ mix here.
I've kind of thinking the best way to explain this. For the last, I want to say 6 months, 7 months. I'm gonna be real. This is gonna get a little deep. It's gonna get a little emotional. For the last 6-7 months, life's kind of been shit. It's been absolute hell. We were taking care of her grandmother, who was dying of cancer. January 7th, she moved to a higher plane of existence. And then just last weekend, I lost my best friend, Kat, whose name was Chauncey. And just, it's been one curveball after another. So I wanted to gather all the music and the things that have kind of been cheering me up and helping me get through it that make me happy, which oddly is a lot of future funk and house and dance music, because it's got that positive energy, that happiness. I wanted to put that in a mix and just kind of share it with everybody, because this has been making me happy. I want to make others happy and just give that mix. That was really the inspiration to do it. As for leaning into like the future funk and stuff and the dance music and the disco house and everything, I've talked with Discoholic and Fiber now and Groovy Kaiju. I worked with Groovy Kaiju. Dude's awesome.
One of my favorite artists, not just mine, but for the entire show here on Sight Sounds and Conversations. We love Groovy, yes.
Love that dude. He is so just great. I wish I had more time with him at Econ. But just conversations with them and hanging out with them, I just started getting more into it. And then a while back, I think we were all still on lockdown or something, maybe. Might have been after that. I did a full live stream Future Funk DJ set. It was like 2.5 hours. And I was really proud of that mix. It just sucked that nobody showed up to the stream.
Oh.
The only people that showed up to the stream were the two that were sitting here on the couch helping me monitor it. And I did the whole thing live, which bummed me out that nobody showed up and I didn't do any live streams for the longest time. But I loved the mix so much. And it came out so good. And then after that, I started discovering more and new stuff between Kaiju and Discoholic, pointing out some new stuff to me. I'm like, I want to do another one. Here we are. Put the two together. This is the stuff that's been making me happy. I wanted to do another mixtape like that, or a DJ mix like that. Here we go. And just embody the spirits and life of our grandmother who passed. But she always would light up a room.
Yeah.
She was just the best. And that's the same with my grandmother on my side that I lost quite a number of years ago. That damn near destroyed me. Just kind of wanted to bring their spirit back. That life, that light, that joy, that happiness that they brought into my life. Here it is in a DJ mixtape form. This is what it's like. This is what they were like. So that's kind of where it came from.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And, you know, I got
What do you think about the concept?
No, I think it's quite fitting, not just of like, you know, what you've given us here and what you're talking about. It perfectly even matches also with what a lot of what your mixtape thing as well, with what this project has already started from. You know, I feel that the one underlying thing about you that I gotta say that even us here on the show really feel it speaks to, and why we even just like when we talked about having you come on board as a producer, is I gotta say you have a perseverance that I just feel that, like, you know, I want people watching to know that, you know, when mentioning about like you doing a stream and not having people show up, I don't feel like you're saying this in a form of resentment or frustration, rather than something like, well, it happens. But, you know, I think one of the things I appreciate from it, that it didn't deter you, and has not, like, things like that don't deter you. And even a loss, you know, you're a person that continues to persevere, and I think that is great. You know, I think that this is one of the things that when we reach out to people for this show and we have interviews on whoever it's been, whether it's been an illustrator, whether it's been a musician, or like we've had, you know, people like Futuro Surf on the show, the Mini Disc Wiki, it's just to know that sometimes things start within the one, and that it might be a lonely road, but at the end of the day, you know, we sure hope that nobody ever feels that their attempts are ever in vain, and especially not when they're for a reason so admirable and so you know.
Here it is.
That is awesome.
That's the whole 2.5 hours on the 10-inch reel.
That is crazy, you know. And like I was mentioning with that, because again, I would really like, from our conversation today and, you know, all this project, even for those of you that are watching that may not be able to, or don't have the time, or may not even be interested to have part of what you do be part of our little mixtape club here, I at least hope that, you know, whenever you feel like life's thrown a bunch of curveballs in that regard or in that manner, I just hope that you can all find the time or the moment to give yourselves the strength to continue to persevere, you know. And I only just want to say that just to match, you know, I don't feel like what you say is deep in a sense that it brings down our conversation. I feel like, again, it really speaks a lot of volumes, again, to what I think it entails and what is needed to truly be not just an artist in the sense of creating art, but also even archiving it in the way in which you have approached it, with this both like making things such as these reels that you were showing us, some of the other stuff we've talked about you've making, and even now this project, this concept with it. And, you know, it's great. I really do appreciate, you know, you having had the time to not only come back on the show, but to also come on board for our show. I really do appreciate that. With that, I have one last question to ask, which is
I have one thing I want to say before we get too far from it. I want to touch on the whole not being deterred thing.
Yeah.
For anybody that ever has failed at what they were creating, I'm speaking directly to every creator now. For every time you have failed, do not let it stop you. It hasn't stopped me, as you can see. I haven't stopped. Go look at my Discogs. You'll see I have not stopped. I did not ever let it deter me. And the amount of failure that I have had would blow your mind. Yeah. I have failed so many times, but every one of those failures taught me something. Take every one of them, learn something from it, push forward, and do it again. You're making this music because you love to do it. You're creating things because you love to do it. This is your passion. This is where your heart lies. Otherwise, you're not doing it right.
Yeah.
But because of that being where your heart lies, do not let it stop you. I know in the moment it sucks. Like when nobody showed up for that stream, I'm not going to lie. it bummed me out. I did not want to do a live stream ever again, and it took me a while to come back to it. And I just recently did one, and I just was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to do what I want to do, and I'm going to do it my way. And I did that whole analog live stream and just kind of went with it and had fun with it. I wasn't even paying attention to who showed up. I just did my thing and just went with it. And I've kind of had that approach with everything that I started doing now. It just do it. Fuck what anybody else thinks. If they ain't gonna see it, then they're missing out. That's their problem.
Yeah.
As long as you're making it for the artist of one, which is yourself, and you are happy with it, if you made something you're satisfied with, then you accomplished your goal.
Yeah, no,
You
definitely.
didn't fail. And find your strength and roll with it.
Yeah.
Find that inspiration, roll with it. Don't be afraid to find somebody that, hey, you like what they're doing and you want to do it, then do it. If you're afraid of everybody being like, hey, you're just copying somebody else. Like everybody harped on Gateway because he sounded like who cares that he sounded like Telepath? He did what he wanted to do, and he did it his way. He took Telepath's style that inspired him, and he made more slush wave. And we have a bunch of them. Mesh inspired me with the Signal Wave. I made a Signal Wave album. St. Pepsi inspired me with the funkier side of Vaporwave. I made a funky Vaporwave album. You know, it's... If you want to do what they're doing, then do it. Figure out how they do it and roll with it. Make your own thing. Don't be discouraged. If you're not as good as they are, so what? You're not going to be them. Be you. Be as good as you can be for you.
Yeah.
Like, I still hold myself to the standard of Mesh. And I'm never going to be as good as him. But I'm going to be as good as me. He has inspired me. Codex has inspired me. St. Pepsi has inspired me. Christ has inspired me. That I look here and you'll see my inspiration.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of inspiration, and I'm never going to be good as a lot of these people. But that's okay. Don't let that stop you. Do what you think is good.
Yeah.
Do your thing. Do not let any failure or anything like that stop you.
Yeah.
This world would suck if everybody stops making art.
Definitely.
Because that's what makes things a little bit better on this planet, is we have art in very many forms.
Yeah.
And the art that has heart and isn't just manufactured by a corporation. Current pop music. That's the stuff that really changes things.
Yeah.
Like, I just recently started getting into Spirit Box and Bad Omens. Like, holy crap, Bad Omens is good. I've heard Bad Omens get compared to Bring Me the Horizon so much, and even the singer of Bad Omens is like, yeah, we appreciate the compliment, but stop telling us. We know. You know?
Yeah.
But they're not stopping doing that sound. They're still going to do it, and they're good at it.
Yeah.
It's good. Freaking Post Malone took a while for me to come around, but he's good.
Yeah.
He's good at what he does. He took that mumble rap idea and actually made it good, like tolerable and like listenable. And dude can sing. Like, he's good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and you know, and before I get to the final question, just to kind of add to what some of you were saying there, I mean, for me, I guess I'll take a moment to kind of talk a bit about my end and how I perceive it and my perspective on this. Saying that I'm like the creative director on this show and the host for the most part. Like, I sometimes wonder what if I were to, and I'm not saying that you or anybody, I think, again, everybody likes how they like stuff, but because I do what I do with this show, I've been, and even before I did this show, I've always been so open to stuff that it's been so hard. For me, I gotta be real, for me, what it bothers me more, and I've had more of an issue with musicality or people, are that they are literally a carbon safe copy that you can literally hear. For example, and if you like these people, I apologize to an extent, But for example, I always use this as like my prime example. Greta Van Fleet is one of those examples of like an artist who is really taking a really well structured and known sound and is already also going into a really polished studio, everything, and they're staying within a safer zone, as opposed to an artist who just happens to be influenced by somebody and may have, have some, a bit of overlap in style. Like, I think people don't understand how much music and work there really is out there to that extent, and how much of it a lot of musicians and artists spend listening to. But in that same essence, that's why when I hear something like, for example, again, and I don't let off on this one, like a band like Greta Van Fleet, they've taken the formula of like Led Zeppelin down to even the singing of like Robert Plant. They go into a studio. It's not produced in the way that music was produced. It's produced in the way that pop music is. The pop music that some people think that it's not really that like interesting, or that has a little bit more validity than Greta Van Fleet, that is being produced in that very same manner. Yet, to some people, Greta Van Fleet is good because it still keeps the fact that they're still playing instruments, even though they sound like Led Zeppelin. I guess they wrote some of those songs, and I understand that, but there was also a lot of work done by a lot of these people that work making the pop music. It just sucks that they're having to succumb to that same type of demand that the corporation is demanding be put out, the same way that they do with the studios when making films, and why the CGI looks horrible on some, and for me, I guess even doing the show, it's really humbled me down again to look at it less at what the creators, producers themselves are doing that, and that's just more of like the industry hands in. Because like, say for example, people can say that about like, a genre like mumble rap and such, but like we get artists like Lil Yachty, who was doing one sound or style that people were perceiving, and then just recently put out an album that took a complete left turn from the sound he was already associated with. And even when there's artists that I personally myself don't have like that much of like a complete love for, I still have an appreciation with the teams that they've worked with. Like for example, like Beyonce, where like even in some of her albums, like Animal Collective get royalties from Beyonce's music, like the Yeah Yeah Yeahs get royalties from like some of Beyonce's music because of some of the things that they've taken and like just turned into something different. And I do appreciate some aspects of that world of manufactured art in that degree. It's similar to like the other thing that people find really controversial, which is AI art. But before we get into a big old conversation, the reason I want to mention this to all of you is because
I want to add on to that.
What's that?
Not the AI art, but what you were saying. I want with the Greta Van Fleet.
Yeah.
I love Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin is one of my favorite bands from the 80s. Led Zeppelin was one of those that pushed boundaries of studio production. Like, for example, one of the reasons John Bonham's drums sounded so big is one of the things that they did was they would put him at one end of the hall in this house playing the drums, and then put the mic in a metal trash can at the other end pointing the opposite direction. And that's how they got that huge room reverb sound, and it just sounded so big. In terms of Greta Van Fleet, I agree that they are a carbon copy of Led Zeppelin to a point. What I like that they did is they gave us more of Led Zeppelin. Because Led Zeppelin, they can't do it.
And I'm not criticizing. And I'm not criticizing or looking down. It's more of like the fact that and this is. No. Okay. It's just more like for me. It's like when people. I always use that as an example because when people like I've heard, and I'm not saying you're one of these or you might be, and if you are, like I'd rather just have you hold on to that opinion right now, but. When I hear people trying to dismiss artists like Ariana Grande or like even like people that before when she was barely brand new, like Cardi B or such, and they don't really take the time to really pay attention to the production or something just because they may just not be interested in that style of sound or that And I just find it always ironic because I'm like, there's a lot of rock or other aspects of other music that some people may like that stays within the same, like for example, electronic music. People have ran, and even like, this might be controversial, but like, if Daft Punk didn't exist, future funk probably would not be a thing. I'm sorry, like some people may not really like hearing that, but it's like the aspect
Or
of the
disco house when it became more popular.
yeah, exactly, and that
even.
yeah, and that's one of those things where like it's like pick your poison is the way I see it really most of the time, you know, because like hell, I'll open up Pandora's chest on some of the people that may be outsiders, but some of you watching that like noise, let's go ahead and be real. and so like for me again, as a person that runs
mind blowing, like breaking the mold. Did you see Doja Cat redoing her freaking one song like metal?
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, that was good.
Yeah.
Like you knew she was talented and actually had skill and talent because she would play stuff on stage, but holy crap, I didn't know she had that in her. That was good.
Yeah, no, and
like, Sueco going and doing the pop punk thing now, even Machine Gun Kelly. Unpopular opinion, I liked that first album. It was actually pretty good. He went from doing his rap stuff and then did this pop punk record with Travis Barker. It was actually pretty good. Like, I liked it. Like, I've seen like a bunch of these mumble rapper people going and trying to do like the pop punk or some other genre, and they just wind up blowing it out of the park. Like, Sueco's freaking pop punk album's really freaking good. And then you got Oliver Tree just doing whatever it is he's doing, and like nothing else.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. And Cardi B, I mean, she's good at what she do. It may not be my thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say she sucks at what she does. She's good at what she does.
Yeah. And
you know, all of, like, Ariana Grande. I actually do kind of like some of her songs. But my only gripe with her is she needs to open her eyes more. Because she always looks like she's squinting.
Yeah, I can't speak too much of that as I have small eyes, and I've been told I look like I'm either squinting or I'm sleepy all the time, so I don't know. I can't say much on that.
What was the show? Was it Victorious or something? Some Disney show or whatever?
Oh, yeah. No,
Like,
I forgot she was on the show.
And you could see the whole eye, but like when she got out of that and started doing the thing, she always looked like this.
Too much
Like
bright sun or lights, yeah.
Something. Like,
You know.
like it was just too bright for her. It was just weird. And then I got so used to that when she actually opened her eyes, it looked weird.
Yeah. Well,
But no, she's good at what she does. I mean, and Beyonce, you can't really say anything about Queen Bee.
yeah, no.
She is who she is for a reason. I mean, let's go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Jay-Z is a damn good producer.
Yeah.
Like, he is phenomenal what he does. So is Dr. Dre. Let's be honest. Would Rihanna have the career she does now? Would she have gotten it as fast if Jay-Z didn't produce that first album? Probably not.
Yeah, well, you know.
But may have gotten it eventually because she's good.
Yeah.
She's really good. You think we would have Eminem if Dr. Dre didn't be like, let me put out an album of yours. You're good.
Yeah, no.
Would we ever heard of him? Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things like that. Like, people make people.
Yeah.
I've noticed. Like with what you want to do here. You're giving people a platform to launch themselves. Which I respect the shit out of that. I'm not going to lie. Who's to say we're not going to have the next Rihanna or Beyonce or whatever that got their start from here? You know, they're... Who's to say? We don't know. I mean, we don't know what the future is.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, we don't know if from here you're going to see my name in movie credits that I'm on the soundtrack team or something.
Yeah, no.
No, because they saw me on here.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's so much talent out there, and what bothers me with a lot of it, like, you know what killed me with the mumble rap thing? There were a lot of them that I saw, they did this mumble rap thing and just repeat the same words over a looping beat over and over and over and over again and called it a song. That's just lazy production, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then I would see them outside of that, and I'm like, dude, you've got talent and skill. Why are you doing this and not that? And it just bothered me. And then that's why I'm like, holy crap, Swako's doing the pop punk thing because he's good at it. And he did that. Like the mumble rap thing just wasn't working. And then he did this, and it feels like his heart's in it more.
Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly gave up the rap thing, which always just kind of felt lackluster a little bit. I mean, the diss track to Eminem, I actually kind of dug it. And the retaliation, you know.
Yeah, they were both kind of good. Yeah.
I love Eminem. Eminem's just, and he's another guy that inspires me. Just that drive and that push that he has. Like, holy crap. A freight train ain't stopping him. But then Machine Gun Kelly just kind of was like, I don't want to do that. Let me pick up a guitar and do this, because this feels better. And then he just rolled into debt. Travis Barker got his start in a pop punk band. Would we even know who he is if Blink-182 didn't happen?
Yeah.
Now he's doing other stuff, like he's doing the producer role. He did stuff with Post Malone. He produced Machine Gun Kelly stuff, did the drums on that. And he's kind of expanding out into even the hip-hop world, because that's where his heart's at. And you hear it. Like, if I can hear your heart's in what you're doing, and it's not like you're just phoning it in and be like, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, over a beat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that sounded phoned in to me. When he was with Kanye and did that, whatever song it was, where they were like the Roblox characters, whatever. I'm not gonna lie, I dug that song. Like, I thought that song was great.
Yeah,
it was so ridiculous and fun, and the beat was cool. Like, I liked Kanye before he lost his mind. Like, the first 2 or 3 albums of his were just phenomenal. Like, dude was good. Which, it kills me inside that all that talent is going down the shitter, so to speak, because, like, he's good at what he does, and he's a good producer. Like, why is he destroying himself? I don't know.
It's just for part of the system failing, you know. But
I mean, that's where it bugs me, is when I see people that I know have this talent and skill, and they're just throwing it away on something that's not going to get them anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw where mumble rap went. It was a fad.
Yeah. Yeah, no, literally. But, with that, I mentioned all this when I was talking about all this because, again, for those of you in the know, and I've talked about this in previous interviews and even mentioned it on certain introductions in past episodes before, is that my big influence to what I do and I approach my role as a host and the director in this show when picking out artists in helping out with, whether it be the aspect of what Dominic or what Sega they do both with the animation and the art departments, is that I'm always trying to be my own version myself of what John Peel used to do in BBC, basically, when just so much like different musicians of different backgrounds, different styles. I always I always appreciated that when I was young, and I don't even know how it is that I fully, because this was even pre-YouTube, but I remember like going online and trying to get my hands on like bootleg like recordings that were uploaded online of like Peel sessions, and like when YouTube came out, I was so happy because I finally got to see like some of the shows that he would do for the BBC on TV, where he went and talked to like Autica and like Aphex Twin, and like I think he talked to Luke Bivert one. Yeah.
There's an acquired taste and a half.
Yeah, so like,
That's insane.
Yeah. But, like that's kind of always been one of like my big influences with what I do at Side Sounds and Conversations, which is why like,
I felt like it's appropriate before we end the conversation also because, you know, this was more of a conversation / interview since we're both involved in the project, but to just give a lot of you that may not have already seen the show or have been too much in the know, you know, I've always been under some form of assumption of people taking me as some form of rather centrist, but yeah, I just believe that I can't, and this is why I've never done reviews per se. I've thought about having a reviews section on this show, but I don't believe in giving people the merits of like a grading system in their work, and I feel that if I just don't like something, you'll never see it on the show. None of you will ever really know what I'm not into, because the stuff I don't have on is, but you know, for the most part, what I intend and what I want to do is have anybody and everybody, like I previously have said, be a part of this show, and for them to either see this show, and if they want to be on, for them to be on. And you know, one of the things that I've had people talk to me about that have been watching this show for almost the 3 years that I've been doing it has been something about, I started doing the show on Twitch, and I have over like 400 followers or so on Twitch, and they asked me, well, why did you stop doing it on Twitch? And it was, there's multiple reasons that I will touch up on further along in the future, but the most of it was that I wanted to make this accessible. You know, in the beginning when the show was starting, I wanted it to be something where you snooze, you lose. But as it went further along, there has to be, and I found that there needed to be a middle ground with being able to bring this show, but also archiving it, as I saw that there have been people that had been going out of their way and re-uploading our episodes, which we do thank any of you that did that on YouTube, honestly. Otherwise, a lot of our other episodes, they're kind of lost media for the most part, which is why we do some of the mix episodes when we do a best stuff, which now brings us in full circle.
I just had a brilliant idea, by the way.
Oh, is this something you'd like to share now, or can we share it after when we talk on off interview? Or
Oh, I'm totally game for putting it on here. We should create a segment for the show called Criminally Underrated. And the whole purpose of that show is we focus on an artist that is criminally underrated. Like Petri Dish, or Hiroshi, or Caldor 32X. Like, these people are good at what they do. But nobody knows that they're good at what they do.
I gotta,
you know what I mean?
I gotta be honest, and I gotta say, I don't remember in what way, but Petri Dish has already been involved in the show as Genesis's actual, like, inclusion. I just don't remember in what way it was. I don't.
Yeah, he was one of the ones that he was like, yeah, I know that show, but I still feel criminally underrated.
Okay, because no, I get you, but I only mentioned that because with what I do personally when I find artists and I'm looking for people is, I will sometimes spend over 8 hours a day looking for people, and I will reach out to people that I will go out of my way on Instagram or on SoundCloud and look for people that nobody has mutually followed, none of you follow, has less than 500, some people even have less than 50. I've had even people that have been like, I just started making, I'm like, yeah, and I like it, you want to have it on the show? Like Aokihara is a person that I just came across randomly through them reaching out on Instagram through a follow. It's like, hey, check out my beats I sell. So I'm like, oh, I don't buy beats to, like, you know, rap and stuff, but I have a show, you want to be on it? He's like, well, what do you do? I explained it, and that's how it happened, you know? There's been people here in town that I've never even met or ran into, but I went on Bandcamp and I just typed in my local stuff here, and I just found like some jam band of a bunch of dudes in their 50s, and I was like, you guys want to be on the show? You know? I really don't.
One guy. Basic Printer is somebody I just discovered last week.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a funky, like, take Tame Impala with some gorillas.
Oh, that's a nice mix there.
And throw like a little funky synthy twist to it and give it a little lo-fi feel, but it doesn't sound lo-fi. Like, he's unique, and dude's like chill too. Like, he has like the great idea of how to approach his music. First post I saw, do not stream my music. Okay. Read on, and he explains kind of why, like, the whole we consume the music on these streaming services now, and nobody really goes for the physical CD or whatever, and artists aren't making a whole lot of money unless they're getting millions and millions and millions of listens on Spotify, which I can attest to that. But, like, I just discovered him, and just really good stuff. And I don't know anybody that's following him with me. But stuff like that, or TikTok. I trip over so much on TikTok. And I'm like, just going down that rabbit hole, trying to find some of these songs or pick them apart, because people even... Speaking of a mixtape I'm working on, people will take a lot of these clips and just slow them down and throw them in over their video. And I'm like, well, what song is this? Like, there was one, Hometown by 21 Pilots. People were slowing down that clip toward the end, and it just sounds so beautiful slowed down. And it took me probably a good month to figure out what that song was.
Wow.
And which inspired me to make a mixtape that I'm still working on, where I'm taking all these clips from TikTok, finding the original source, slowing it down again with the original song, and just kind of expanding on that, I guess it was a minute, and kind of making a mixtape out of all these slowed down clip ideas, and just having fun with it.
Yeah.
One Kiss by Calvin Harris was another one. I think it's Calvin Harris. They would slow down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but
the current is let's speed up Lady Gaga and put it over Wednesday.
Yeah, no, and like, again, and to really summarize everything that we've talked about today, the reason I wanted to mention all this is because, again, for those of you that may not necessarily be interested or want to be involved in this project of ours, I still would like you all to have taken the most that I would like people to take from this conversation, again, and from this mix as well that we listened to while we were talking today, is that whatever type of artist or whatever type of artist, connoisseur or consumer that you may be, always leave yourself open to more and different things than what you may already be familiar or comfortable with, for you never know what you may get yourself into, or if you're an artist, what that different thing that you may not have heard or seen before may influence what you do. But with all that said, unless Emmanuel has anybody they want to send a shout out or a hey to, I feel that we have come to about an end here.
I think I've mentioned everybody. I'm sure there's people I forgot, because this thing doesn't work as well anymore.
Oh, no, there's a lot of things at hand for us to do. I mean, we talked before, and you mentioned you have a lot of projects and things that you're doing, so I can understand if some things slip by.
I've slept since most of these ideas.
Yeah. But with that, Emmanuel, it was a pleasure talking to you. We definitely look forward to having you back on one of our other segments to give everybody an update as to how things are going. And as well, we will be back, having you back on a future video that might not be a part of our show, but it will be on our channel explaining to those the rules of what we will be doing with this mixtape project. But with all that said, we thank you again for having been on our show.
Absolutely, I'm happy to be here, and if anybody does want to get involved with the mixtape thing, feel free to shoot me a message. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, Twitter. I'd say Discord, but I tend to not see the alerts when I get a message for whatever reason. But yeah, just shoot me a message being like, hey, I'd like to get in on this. What does it entail? And I'll shoot you the whole rundown of everything, and we can work out the thing where you send me the mix and I send you something back. I just put every mixtape I have ever done, from the ambient series, the creepypasta sessions, and just general mixtapes, are now on archive.org under the name DJ Asher Phoenix. Also Ohm N I, there's a couple in there of that under that name as well. If anybody wants to send me a mixtape that they put together, even if it's you just dubbing a sequence of songs and you didn't actually mix them together, that's fine too. If you ever heard any of my mixes that you liked and would like a physical form of, you can even request that on there. Like if I've already done something that you liked and you want it, just tell me and I'll make you a physical one. Like I was just talking to Codex earlier, we were nerding out over some Adventure Time. I was like, you want a physical copy of the Adventure Time mixtape I did? Yeah, just feel free to shoot me a message. I'm very easy to talk to.
And as in all previous episodes, all of the information, not just for Emmanuel, but every artist included in this edition, will be found in the description details of this episode. And with that, that was Emmanuel, and we will be back with more. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
I'll show you the side of the world, the places that you've never seen. say so, we prove them wrong. We are the light and dawn. We're shining like no other, like diamonds in the rough. We found our way of colors. Now we're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. No, we're never gonna give it up. We love our world of color. We fight, we hope for love. We fight, we hope for love. Love, didn't we fight for love? We fight, we hope for love. We fight, we hope for love. Didn't we all? Young but we're damn strong. We are the light and dawn. We're shining like no other, like diamonds in the rough. We found our way of colors. Now we're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. No, we're never gonna give it up. We love our world of color. We are the light and dawn. Like diamonds in the
Welcome back. It's now time for Volataires. Volataires are an act that we've had on this show before. However, we really enjoy the work that Volataires brings, and we felt that for this season 2 finale, it'd be really great and appropriate to bring them back. Volataires are a great mixture of trip hop, experimental, vaporwave, lo-fi, and a chill ass dude that play the hell out of an instrument while also making it seem as if it's another instrument. It's one of the things I personally have always loved about music, to be quite honest. And when I hear Volataires music and not necessarily seeing the performance you all see, I get a similar vibe to that of when I was a young middle schooler, first going out there and experiencing more music that I hadn't necessarily given a chance. One of those acts was Rage Against the Machine, and for the longest time I thought that Tom Morello's guitar playing was a DJ deck, and the reason I mentioned that is because, again, in this performance that you're about to see, I feel that Volataires does something similar in what they do in their performance technique and approach. It, again, is something that, as far as I'm concerned and as a host, it's a little biased. I love Volataires' work, but beyond that, I think this individual's work ethic that at least he's presented to me when we've talked before and everything that they've displayed with their body of music and their work so far continues to lend a lot of credence to what I've been trying to basically have this season finale to show be about, which is perseverance, persistence, and learning to have fun as you're going along. And what better artist, along with the other artists we've had today to present that, than none other than Volataires. And we hope you enjoy this performance. Thank you. we are now at the grand finale of the season finale of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations. And what better and who better to have us basically summarize, seal, and send off this wonderful season we had than none other than Anti-Inverse. Anti-Inverse is an artist whose rising trajectory seems to be unstoppable, and it's very well deserved. The reason I feel so confident and comfortable to say such a thing is because in this upcoming performance that we're about to go ahead and lay all on you here is a pretty good representation of a body of work of over 51 releases that have happened. Some are singles, some could be considered EPs, some can be considered full-on albums. But the matter that is the most important here is that Anti-Inverse has managed to bring together a form of cacophony that embodies the work of Mort Garson, best known to some as the composer of Plantatia, and vaporwave legend Infinity Frequencies. And in the way that it's brought together is in a way that further takes that wonderfully neon-like, flame of the hypnagogic baton and continues to take it further along, and just you'll see what we mean. But before we begin that, I want to just say that when working on the visuals, as Anti-Inverse had basically needed some assistance in timing and all, not anything too serious. But Anti-Inverse is like, can you help out a bit with some visuals, things like that. And listening to the work and trying to think what would be appropriate, what would be fitting, what would be, also very natural to what you're about to hear. I couldn't help but to think of something which I've touched on before with different guests that we've had, but the almost, ease that a lot of artists, including Anti-Inverse, which is why I mentioned this right now, is to be able to make something as like electronic music, but also how a lot of music that we've had on this show is some sort of silent representative of the electronic or more technologically apt part of the world, while also maintaining a foot on the natural. And Anti-Inverse does that very seamlessly and well. And I am personally a really big fan of that type of work, and I know that a lot of people that watch the show enjoy and love this type of work as well, which, well, to finalize this is why we felt that it was a good idea to have Anti-Inverse as tonight's headliner for the show. And with all that said, here is none other than Anti-Inverse. We hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Oh, that's a commercial again.
But today people want more. I think you've made a wise decision.
Open your eyes, open your mind. 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 Future.
We can rest later.
And that was another edition and season of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations. I was and am Codex Encyclopedia, and I am more than thankful to a lot of you that have continued and have been along for this show's almost 3-year history so far. And I really can't stress enough how thankful we are to a lot of you that have been, again, along with us for this time that we've done this show. I mean, I even find myself a bit at a loss of words because of the fact that my personal approach on the show, and one of the things I do without giving too much of a way of how we make this metaphorical sausage for you all here, but one of the ways in which I approach and have approached this is that I don't try to be too insistent with making our presence known. We are and slowly will be doing more of that for more professionalist type reasons, rather than it being something where, again, it's the continuing necessity of look at us, if you will, you know. But reason that's mentioned is because for the first 2 seasons of this show, we have experimented and messed around with how we stream the show. We started our first stream ever, which was, again, the fundraiser for both the HS and for helping, anybody that was out there during the time of protest of the murder of George Floyd. We had a bail fund set. Well, we contributed to a bail fund, but the reason I mention that is because during that first stream, it was live. We'd go to the performer, we'd come back, and we'd try to do the same thing I'm doing now without doing so many takes, just doing it straight out. We messed around with different formats. We do little introductions that are interweaving a narrative. We don't want to give too much away there. We do the art segments and everything. Why does this need to be mentioned, and why has this episode continued to more or less point these things out? Because again, this show is all of ours here, and I mean not just the team, any of you watching, whether it be the first time or one of our, again, reoccurring viewers. We want you all to know that, again, season 3 of this series, we're only going to be expanding further and trying to just go that much further the limit. You know, I am currently set to start a new job. I'm going to be looking forward to this job because one of the main goals that I am attaching to, besides the necessity of survival, is investing money back into the show. I believe a lot in what this team does and what a lot of the people that watch this show monthly talk about and what they're in. For that reason, I feel even more further impassioned to push myself that much further out to get whatever other supplies we may need or anything of that sort. Again, be able to take trips out to events that some of you are part of, that we here talk, we're like, if we only could go there and film some parts and talk to some of the, it would be, and we're going to be doing that. We've tried, even with a previous edition we did last year for Econ 3, you know, we are still going to be putting out a sort of surprise drip of some of that stuff, but again, this show wouldn't be what it is without, even though it's been a long-winded explanation, where I'm trying to get is the freedom that a lot of you that watch this show and have been a part of the show have given us by believing in what we do and trusting a lot of that experimentation that we try to implement and do, whether it be on something even as trivial and small in the way that you know, we go about doing an introduction, or even anything. I really have appreciated and just wanted to thank all of you that have been around for these 2 seasons for all the comfort that you've given everybody on my team, that I've been so thankful to be a part of. These people have helped me grow so much as a person, that, again, speaking earlier with Sega, it's really made a lot of this job not look or seem or feel anything at all like a job, and it's great to feel that. And I hope that going forward, even as a host or whatever involvement I have in this show, that I can continue to help in whatever way any of you allow me to help. You know, even and I speak to the team watching here, and I hope that, again, I can do whatever I can to just make sure that we continue to have all the amazing art that you guys all want to share with us, to share with people. And I hope that anybody involved in this show continues to feel as free and confident to come to me some of the times that they do with an idea or a concept or whatever it is, and for us to continue to have more viewers, but more importantly, more friends that we can go ahead and, again, further learn more about them through their work. And from that, again, as Summer of Love 69, Bryan Adams, as that may sound, I think through that way, I think a lot of us further help learn a lot about ourselves, and that is not some like hallmark platitude. This is something that I have no problem at all saying. I don't even have to really think much about it. It's not like take one, no, let's cut. I need to, no, and that's what I fucking love about this show. And I thank you all again for having been a part of this, watching, coming back, anything that has been at all to continue to make us do this show. We really do thank you for it. And if like Emmanuel said earlier on the show, if you like what you saw, please do not hesitate to give us a like, share, a subscribe, anything of that sort. And we look forward to seeing you all once again on Sight, Sounds, and Conversations for Season 3. And I was and am your host, Codex Encyclopedia, and we will see you back for more. Thank you.